we start by 10?
Yes. Shubha teacher, Shubha ma'am, kindly answer.
3 more minutes to go.
Good morning to all.
Very good morning, sir.
Yeah. Hopefully എല്ലാവരും വന്നിട്ടുണ്ട് എന്നുള്ളൊരു വിശ്വാസത്തിൽ നമുക്ക് തുടങ്ങാലോ.
Okay, we will start. Can you mute your microphone for a second? Somebody is... Okay.
It's disturbed. Actually, I am using two systems, so that may be one reason for the disturbance.
Okay.
Is to look into the chat windows, and the other one is to present. So that's what the problem is. I am audible, no?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine, great. So,
shall we start?
Yeah, we can.
A very good morning. Welcome to the third session of national webinar organized by Department of Psychology, MG College, titled Trends in Counseling During COVID-19. Let me introduce our resource person. I am privileged to invite a multifaceted personality that we got today, Mr. Hari Krishnan Alingal. He is a clinical psychologist, he is an academician, he is a researcher. He worked in human resource department also. He got his MPhil in 2004 from Ranchi, and he was doing research for the last 16 years, and he was the fellow of National Institute of Health.
Jared, sir, you're not audible.
Seems there is
Jared, sir.
an issue with the network, I think.
We'll just wait for a minute for Jared, sir, to get back. Hari, I hope that's okay.
It's okay, not a problem. And I don't need a big introduction also. It's fine with me. Start also.
Then also we need to welcome you, sir.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Thank you for that.
Yeah. I think and I guess continue the same thing. Hari sir is having the membership in American Psychological Association, and of course he is the platinum member of the International Council of Professional Therapists, and he's a licensed clinical psychologist, and above all he is our friend. The topic of the session now is Psych-COVID syndrome, and I welcome you, sir, on behalf of the Department of Psychology, MG College, to lead the session.
Thank you very much, Shubha and Pradibha, for the introduction, as well as I am not new to MG College, so I was a previous student and still an alumni of the department. So for me, it's like another homecoming. So it's not a big deal as such. But there is a lot of people here, around 100 people here. So from my side, a warm good morning to you all. Keep safe, and Corona is there outside, so we have to take care of our health too. So with that thing, I will start this session. First of all, let me thank the organizers of this webinar and the psychology department of MG College, and the principal who has given me the opportunity to present a novel novel topic to you. But the topic is novel, but the contents are all the same, because psychology and psychiatry things have a little bit of historical background. Also, you see there is a lot of commonalities. So whatever you will be hearing will be from the base of the previous researchers, as well as previous issues that has been pertinent in psychiatric and clinical psychology. So with that introduction, let me share my PowerPoint slides. So I just wanted to give you an introduction regarding how COVID-19 has impacted human minds. We will be discussing about all the aspects, like from kids to elderly. So the population under study will be that of children to adults, and late adulthood also we will be dealing with. So with that introduction, let me go to the slides itself. Hope the slides are visible, isn't it? Is it visible?
No, sir, it's not visible as yet. Yeah, now we can see. Yes, it's happening now. Yeah, psych-COVID syndrome, we can see that.
Oh, yeah. The term, you don't get afraid of the term, because I have just coined it. Psych-COVID is the psychological aspects of COVID. So I just, for a, easiness in presentation, I have reduced the title to very short. So that is psych-COVID. So psychological aspects of COVID. And syndrome is basically a constellation of symptoms. So yeah, there are a lot of symptoms which we have as a result of COVID. So that all will come under the syndrome aspect. So that is what it is. And I have my email ID and phone number is there. If you have any queries, you can contact me. So with that, we will go to the next slide. So I will be providing you with an overview of coronavirus 2 and psychological syndromes in corona context. It's not psychiatric illnesses in corona context, it is psychological syndromes in corona context. Lockdown and its allied issues, financial damages that the persons have as a result of lockdown and other things, and migration and mitigation issues that is contemporary to the present scenario. So that is what we will be, and we will be providing you with a brief prognostic factors which can which we will be able to see in the near future. So that is what my presentation will be all about. You can interfere in between and ask questions if you want, but I have around 20 slides. So hopefully we will get in time so that we will have a discussion on all these things. Okay, so what is COVID-19? Coronavirus, as you all know, was identified on the verge of the starting of 2020. That is towards the end of 2019, and since then it has been bugging many states and many countries as such. So it's an acute respiratory infection, and it can be fatal most of the time. So it is a very dangerous virus which we have here, and we don't know for sure which source, what is the source of contamination, or whether it is airborne, waterborne, or we are still in debate about all these things. Now studies are confirming that it is more of an airborne. It has more of an airborne characteristic. So that means it's quite dangerous. If it is waterborne or contact borne, it is not a problem. But airborne diseases are easy to spread, and it affects a large population, and that is what we have been seeing. Every part of the world has been struck down by this virus. So in fact, it is having the characteristics of airborne, or although we say that it is more spread by the particles which come from our nose and mouth while we talk and interact with people. So maintaining a safe distance can help in reducing the contamination and reducing the spread of the virus as such. The virus we are dealing with is inherently having the quality to mutate. So it can survive a wide range of temperature as well as a wide range of situations as such. So that makes it much more difficult to treat, and when things modify, it's hard to catch hold of them. So that is what scientists have been having a problem with. So that is why medications are not that effective also. Many medications which we have been using for the previous illnesses have not been quite effective in dealing with the virus itself. So that gives it a pandemic status. So it has spread over the world, and now it is near our doors. So we have to be extra careful regarding that. So just wanted to make you aware about that. I know that you people are all aware of this, but just to start it with. So that is what it is. So there is a lot of uncertainty in treatment, but mostly, the virus has an issue with heat, I think. So there are recent studies show that more the heat, less the propagation kind of thing. So, but still, it's all uncertain. We don't know about the treatment aspect as well as the spreading aspects also. So we are studying it, and hopefully by the end of this year, we will be having vaccines for this, or we will be able to curtail the growth of the virus itself. Okay, many drug trials are going on currently, and people are in a race to start with, or come up with new drugs which can be effective in the treatment of COVID. With that, we will come to the psychological aspects. So what all have been affected with the psychological aspects, how Corona has impacted. We have to see the psychological aspects in the psychological perspective, and it is very difficult to understand the mind itself. So the mind's behavioral issues and all the things we have to be very much concerned about, and how it progresses all depends upon, and many of the characteristics are all the same itself. So COVID has not initiated a new line of syndromes as such. It is already the existing symptoms which has been worsened by the coming of COVID and social isolation and other things. So there is a lot of changes that has happened as a result of our daily lives have been changed. So the daily schedules have been changed. So we have now adopted, or we have now gone for a new kind of behavior as such. So it has affected our primary drives. That I will be coming in details to that. Social isolation has given us less options to interact with each other. Sedentary nature has made on people to put weight, and there are many issues regarding to that. Alcohol and drug addiction has been a boom. There is a boom in alcohol consumption and other drugs also. Although the availability has been an issue, there is a lot of change. People have spent more. They are more spending time in front of TV, and so media, politics, and other things have muddled with their thought process. Screen addiction has become a big issue. As such, it has affected every age group. So that is another issue. Financial issues have been on the rise, and people are finding a financial crunch in, and that issues are all booming up. And there is quite a lot of legal issues around this COVID pandemic. When we come to psychiatric aspects, what are all the major disorders which have been noticed by the professionals? PTSD is the first. Around 40% of the people have post-traumatic stress disorder. So we can consider COVID-19 as a stressor, and mostly people are having PTSD. Anxiety is a common thing. So any life-threatening situation can be detrimental. So people have a lot of anxiety regarding this pandemic. Insomnia is common. These are all common features that even infected people have. So people who don't have it, they have anxiety. Those who have it have PTSD. Insomnia is a major issue. People are not able to sleep properly because of the fear of death and fear of propagation and fear of getting the illness. So insomnia has wide range of the cognitive processes that has been involved in it. Depression is another major issue because social interaction is less. People have been confined to their houses, even confined to rooms. So social isolation will lead to kind of preoccupation with one's own deficits and other things. So people end up having depressive features, and it has been in the rise also. So socialization has an impact on, not having socialization is also having an impact on depression. Substance abuse and dependence, people resort to recreational activities, and substance abuse is one recreational activity people are very much interested in. So those who have availability towards drugs and alcohol, they use it, and they become dependent on it because they want to get rid of the thought process that goes behind it. Personality disorders have also been on the rise because it's not on the rise because it is already there. It has been manifesting more now. So personality issues are booming, and it is being reported because personality disorders, we cannot find it unless they manifest it with some other psychological illnesses itself. So combination of personality disorders and psychiatric illnesses, they have been reporting, and those who have the propensity, they go for the extreme dissociation of mind, that is psychosis, and so those who have the propensity, some of them do manifest psychosis also. So these are all the common things which we will be seeing in disorder aspects. PTSD is the most common. Around 40% is PTSD, those who have it. And the anxiety disorders are also equally important because many people who don't have corona, they are not infected with corona, they have anxiety disorders. And so this is the current scenario. So I will briefly describe all these aspects which I have given in the forefront itself. So what are all the changes that has happened in psychological needs of the individuals? Sleep has been a big issue many people, these are all the basic needs which helps us keep our health, mental health stable. So you should consider the psychological needs as a indicator rather than a basically a need itself. It's an indication. So there is a sleep. There is a difference in changing sleep. There is hypo sleep, hypo or hyper sleeping. So that itself creates a option to identify the problems that the individual has. People usually the first thing to affect when you have psychological problems is sleep itself. So if you are having sleepless nights, that itself can lead to hampering mental health. It can hamper mental health in a very detrimental way itself. So sleep has a very big role in keeping you sane and healthy. So usually anxiety disorders, what happens is when you go into sleep, you won't be able to, you will have to brood down, or you have to meditate to come, meditate and ask sleep to come to me. And, so that is what the problem is. So you meditate upon sleep when you have anxiety issues. When you have depression, what happens is you go to sleep because you are tired all the time. But what happens is after some point of time, what will happen is that you wake up and you won't be able to get the sleep. So this is the difference between anxiety and depression. So sleep is an indicator whether you have anxiety or depression. If you are bothered about something, you won't be able to go to sleep. You won't be able to fall into sleep. So anxiety has reduced the sleep patterns as such of a lot of people, because people have been concerned about getting contaminated with coronavirus. So those who have issues with obsessive thoughts about getting an illness, hypochondriacal thoughts about getting an illness. So all these clusters of thought processes can lead to can lead to sleep deprivation, and that will in turn affect the health of the individual. Some people, they go for more sleep. They sleep a lot. That is hypersomnia. Hypersomnia happens in depression too. So if you don't have any job to do, you tend to sleep more. So that is what the thing is. But sleep doesn't help you in improving your health as such. So your whole system of you have been tuned to one system. Now there is a shifting, the paradigm shift in your behaviors, your habituations and other things. So what happens is it is a quite drastic change for your body to accept, and that can lead to many psychological aspects, psychological issues too. Okay, so hunger is another thing. So appetite, basically it's not hunger, it's appetite. Appetite disturbance can be seen in depression. Appetite disturbance can be seen in anxiety disorders. So these are all the basic needs that we say. So hunger plays an important role. Some people are not able to sustain because they have financial issues, and that can lead to issues with hunger, and that can in turn affect their mental health and other aspects. So hunger is very important. Libido. What is libido? Libido is the sexual urges that we have. So it's an energy. So what happens is many people are staying at home. Now there is studies saying that sale of condoms have increased. So these are all things which we have to understand in terms of work, lack of work and other things have lead people to more resort to release their libido, and so many issues have been circling around the libidinal aspects also. So we have to take care of that. Another thing about this is, although need to die is not a physiological need as such, but it has a strong drive. It's like Freud have told already that we have death instincts too. So it is more of an aggressive, self-hurting or hurting others behavior kind of thing. So suicide is on the rise because of many issues. Some may be because of financial issues, some may be because of depression, some may be because of lack of opportunities, loss of many important things in life. So at this juncture, I think suicide also has raised to the occasion of a important physiological need itself, and there is more of a aggressiveness and violent behaviors that has been reported over a period of time now. So domestic violence, all these issues. So what we have to look into is the emotional aspects of the individual, and that will in turn lead us to the need for killing also, killing or hurting others. So it is more on a general basis that I have written. So it's more of a aggressive instinct that we have, and when you are tired, when you are less energetic, when you are bugged up, you tend to behave more in a aggressive way rather than anything else. So verbal abuses, physical abuses, all these have been in rise because of the time period they spend in lockdown. Social isolation has been a major issue because being human means itself that we are more of a social individual, and the gregariousness aspect has to be addressed properly. So social isolation has given way to many issues. So many people spend time introspecting and thinking about their thoughts and what they have been doing, their past, present, and future itself. So there are many concerns that has arisen as a result of that. Many people were not thinking previously seriously about how their life is going. But now, because of the lockdown, and they have got no more time for spending with themselves, introspection has become more pertinent at this point of time. Many people who are not comfortable with themselves find it difficult, and those who have borderline traits and other aspects, they have been very disturbed because of this introspection aspects too. Okay, so socialization has been a very important thing in giving feedback to oneself. So you interact with others, so you feel that okay, you get in return their behavior, so that you can decide whether to where to change, where to be amenable to change. All these aspects have been got from the social aspects. Now what happened is that the people are interacting with family members only, and they are not having a wide variety of feedbacks that they used to get when they were interacting with a lot of people outside. So lack of feedback has been a very big issue, and insights are all as a product of these interactions. So unfortunately, what has happened is people are not getting feedbacks, and thereby subsequently the persons have many issues with insight is also at stake right now. So and when you lose insight, what happens is you end up traveling with your thoughts, and can end up in blind alleys. You have psychological problems because of being carried away or being preoccupied with your thoughts. Okay, so that is social isolation, the effect of social isolation on the human mind. Physiologically speaking, sedentary lifestyle. People have resorted more to sedentary lifestyles. I'm not telling that most of the people are sedentary. The thing is getting more time and getting more options of being at home. People have reduced their activity levels to a considerable extent. That is basically because those who it's basically conservation of energy. So conservation of energy reduces the activity, but conservation of energy doesn't reduce the amount of food consumed as such. For people who have a lot of food as such, and those who have access to food, and use of this online Swiggy and other things have put some people, especially young generation, have put on a lot of weight because of the things, and it can lead to a obese society later on. I don't mean to say that everyone is not exercising and other things. So it is just to make you aware that there is a trend towards obesity nowadays. But if lockdown continues, we will be having scarcity of food and can lead to further reduction in food habits also. So that is also another side of the thing. Okay, so what happens is this sedentary lifestyle can lead to cardiac problems in everyone, including females. Females are less prone to have cardiac illnesses because of their body structure and hormonal changes. But still, now cardiac problems are on the rise for females too. Now even kids do have issues. So those who have genetic predispositions, they have to be extra aware about cardiac problems during this time. And diabetes, obviously, if you resort to food materials which are artificially prepared, ultimately what happens is your body will get accustomed to it, and ultimately they want a lot of sugar glands. Sugar glands will have a lot of issues, and ultimately you may end up having diabetes, type 2 diabetes. Alcohol and drugs. There was a big issue when the bars and beverage outlets have closed down at some point of time in Kerala. It is basically because many people have been using alcohol for a long period of time. Many had issues with withdrawal. Many people had issues with being abstinent and deal with the society in a different way. So that has been the cognitive aspect as well as the physiological aspects have been very pertinent issues in this regard. So people resort to, and most of the people who now confined to home, they are bugged up with family issues. They discuss a lot with their personal issues about interactions and other things. Many things pop up in interactions, family interactions. So people used to resort to alcohol for that. Now they are they are having an opportunity to deal with it, and mostly those who resort to alcohol, they are not in the habit of dealing with things, so they are dealing with in a healthy way. So what they do resort to is emotional outbreaks as well as so consuming alcohol gives them a definite advantage. Now that advantage has been compromised for few time because of the lockdown and other things. So alcohol consumption, now people, those who are feeling bored at home, they go for resort for alcohol and drug abuses. So on the whole, it is like if alcohol is available, it is well and more than what they need, they drink and they consume the drugs as such. So that is what has happened. Availability is only the issue with over here. Withdrawal is seen mostly in people who have less access to the alcohol, as well as less access on the regard of financial issues also. So here there is a lot of issues with finance and family interferences and other things. So withdrawal is mostly seen in that. Mostly people resort to harmful use right now. If you get a whole bottle of alcohol, people will go about with consuming it. So that is the harmful use that we were discussing. So media and politics is another area, booming area, because lockdown is there. People are there is a political clustering of people, and people are more interested in politics and spending time in political activities also cognitively. So that is one area which and there is recent developments also which has led to an interest in this area. So psychological aspects have been people have been thinking about the political aspects nowadays very seriously, and people end up in WhatsApp debates and other things, which is worth watching also. So that is one area where people have been productive with this regard. They have their resentments, and they have their concerns regarding the future of the world itself as such. So current events are being discussed. There is a lot of, these are all distractants. Basically, they distract from family matters and other things. So it's like more of a entertainment for those who are at home. So many are hooked up to newses. So they browse the channel for many, gaining a lot of clarity about the things which are going on around them. So that is also a way to spend time. And a lot of blame game happens as a result of this. People end up blaming one or another person for the whole issues, and they spend time. They get a psychological pleasure out of blaming also. So that is one way of releasing the excess energy and thought processes that they have. So when we get into the age-related changes, so screen addiction invariably, irrespective of any age, people have become more focused on this addicting or gluedness to screen, because screen gives you a lot of light, So it's like you go for go out in a sunny day. So irrespective of the age, people get a lot of bright ideas from the screen itself. So people get glued to it because that is more warm feeling that you have, and nothing is so warmly welcoming than a good screen. So people get addicted to it. They spend more time out to it. Initially, they start with small time, and they end up having spending the whole day in front of screens. So TV, laptops, tablets, phones, all these things. The smaller the instrument, the more focused you become. So it is that what happens. So bigger the screen, you have distractions. The smaller the thing, you will become more focused on it, and so you spend more time and you are preoccupied with it. You get to discuss about it, and you spend more time on it. So that is what happens. Online gaming has increased considerably, and the time spent on internet is it is like most of the if you want to open a business right now, you just open it in terms of internet. So it is the most lucrative business nowadays, because people are focused on they are more spending time on. Although there are people who spend time, some people have resorted to gardening and agriculture and other things, but that is all very few people. But mostly people are getting into this, and so Geo company and other companies have been trying to catch hold of most of the people around. So that is a lucrative business. Many have been having YouTuber mania. It's just a term which means to say that people are spending more time on YouTube, televisions, entertainment. This lockdown has made a lot of changes, and people are making entertainment as a primary necessity. It is like a kind of there is a paradigm shift from the necessity of living to necessity of entertainment kind of thing. So that has been that is to be addressed now. A few years after this, I think people will become very much glued to the screen rather than anything else. I don't want to mean to say that the future is bleak, but I mean to say that it's going to be difficult for the people to come back to nature and other things if you spend more time on all these things. Webinars and online education. Yeah. This is a very important thing. People are hosting a lot of webinars nowadays to disseminate information, and that gives us opportunity to also discuss and interact in virtual space. But it also depends upon how much electricity and access to internet you have. Education is fun, and being together is fun. So now webinars and online education have been providing a little relief for the people who to come up and interact with each other, and although there is no physical proximity, but there is a psychological proximity that these things have. So it is not always negative, but it is if you use it productively, it can be helpful for you to move about with your life. Financial issues, joblessness is in its rise because many companies, they have stopped their offices functioning. Their offices, they have they have given way to work from home culture and other things. So so many people have more time, so they spend more time, and those who spend more time, they are encroaching the services of many others. So what happens is many are being thrown out of their companies, and so joblessness is on the rise. Yes, it is a real fact. So what happens is that those who are jobless, they feel dejected, they will have issues, they won't be able to search another job. So it's a very delicate situation right now regarding joblessness. Loans and repayment, many Keralites basically, I'm not telling that all individuals are like this, but many, when they get a job, they take up a lot of loan because they will have an improved quality of life. They want to have an improved quality of life. And what happens is when you lose a job, your loan repayment and other things becomes a big issue. So financial commitments, financial crunches makes you resort to many different unlawful activities too. So that is also anything. Inflation of rates. Life has become difficult because production has reduced. As a result of that, every commodity is going to have a rise in the amount to procure it. So that is all inflation of rates, and it will affect the population very drastically. So depletion of resources is another issue. Treatment related concerns, and if you want to do a COVID positive COVID test to identify whether you're positive or not, you will have to spend around 2,000 rupees for the 2,500 rupees per test. So, it's a costly business. And when you go to hospital, if you are in need to go to the hospital, then it becomes very much difficult, because nowadays hospitals are full with patients, and priority is given to that of COVID patients than anything else. So you end up having issues with getting treatment, and paying for it also. It's very difficult nowadays. So in the midst of this, there is a lot of people who are getting a lot of profit out of it also. This every problems can be either it can be accepted like a problem, or it can be made it to an opportunity. So there are some people who make these problematic situations opportunities too. So some businesses are booming as such, and they are getting a lot of profit out of it also. So it's another side to the problem as such. Agriculture sector, many are resorting to agriculture. They want to produce their own food, and they want to eat it by their own. So many people have, they know that where the world is going, and so they have considerable amount of foresight is there. So people have people are resorting to agricultural sector too. So that is also a positive aspect to this. Legal issues, our government came with a policy, break the chain. So many people took it in the right way, and many took it in the wrong way also. Break the chain was misinterpreted as breaking the chain, golden chain that you have. So many people misinterpreted it, and many are resorting to kind of theft and other things because money is important. So people have resorted to many unlawful activities. So break the chain has been misinterpreted. That is what we can see. Some people, they were told to, if you are being tested positive, please stay at home. That is what the request was. And those who have tested positive, they didn't conform to the norms, and they just roamed around and spreading the virus too. So unlawfulness is part of the lawfulness itself. There is many defiance of authority. People, youngsters, for instance, they started roaming in cars, and they started using their bike for free roaming as such, because you will never get a road which is so clean and for you itself. It is like dedicated to you kind of roads. So people have started defying authority. They have roamed around without any purpose as such. So many people do that. So these are all legal issues which we need to consider. There is a lot of law-breaking tendency in individuals. So especially with the cluster B personality issues, those who have that, they will try to break free all the laws which have been existing, and they have been. It is all for their good, but people doesn't realize that, and they just want to break the law because they know they are not least bothered about the society itself. So that is what. A lot of rape, sexual abuse has been reported. It is all on the rise because I told you that the libidinal energy makes people do lot of things which tends to hurt others also. So it's not theft and deceptions. Many have resorted to this too. That doesn't mean that people there is morally obliged people also here, but mostly what happens is when you are put up in a stress situation, what happens is your innate negative urges takes command over yourself. So there are many ways which undesirable desires which we have manifested itself. Okay, and now everything is online, so online exploitations have also been on the rise as such. So people have fake phone calls, and they have ATM thefts and other things, which ATM and online thefts also are there. So these are all on the rise as such. Migration. Am I taking too much time, or is it time to stop? Or
No. Please carry on, Hari.
Okay. Migration. People have migrated to cities for job. Now they are migrating back to their hometowns because there is no job and there is no food and there is no shelter. So it is a very difficult situation as it. So food and shelter is what people want. So what happens is when migration happens, reverse migration is also prone to happen. So that is what has happened, and it has been seen by our country itself. That there were a lot of mass migration and other things because they didn't get food, shelter, and other things. So basic needs were all disrupted, and many had issues with that, and many had to walk miles to get to their home. So now things have to be taught in a different way. So what is that? Money was important till this point of time. Now life has become important this time. So from money there is a shift to life as such. So surveying, sustaining, that is what is important right now. So there is a psychological change that has happened as such. And they can even live happily in their life, in their area itself, with a small amount of work that can be done at their hometown. So the people have started migrating back. Production has become standstill because of the lockdown and because of government policies. But still, if you work and if you get corona, that is going to be more difficult than working without working and reducing or confining to your resources and staying healthy. So that is what government must have thought about while doing this. There is imminent war danger and other things. So many things have to be, it is a war against corona as well as war against many other intrusive forces. So that is what has happened as well. So we have to compromise a lot of things when you are in war. So that is what happening. So mitigation is how to reduce the impact, to reduce the disaster which has already occurred, as well as how to get it back to normalcy. That's what mitigation is about. So widespread testing and quarantine is important. That is the need of the hour. So you test yourself as well as the people around, and see whether how you can prevent it from further spreading, and that is what you have to look into. Masking and containing the virus. Mask yourself from the virus, not from others. As such, mask yourself from the virus and containing the virus to those who have already got it, and getting them better is that should be the need of the hour. Okay. So what is the prognosis? Like every illness has a lot of disease disorders. Everyone has a prognosis. What is the prognosis of COVID? And what can we feel about our future? That is what the prognosis is all about. So from what we have acquired till this point of time, the information that we have got from this point of time, we will have to coexist with this virus for a long period of time. That is what we are able to understand as such, because even the drug trials, they say that human trials have started, but still we don't know what exactly the trials will be costing us. So it's coexisting with the virus will be an option, so that we will have to think seriously about. So we will have to use masks, like what we use dresses and other things. So to protect ourselves, you have to use mask and maintain safe distance from others. So that is what the way things will be going. For the young and the healthy, prognosis is good. For those who are not too young to be child, for children it is difficult, but for the young youth who have a lot of energy and health, it won't be an issue for them. But for the aged and the young ones, it will be a little difficult for them to deal, because breath is what makes us alive. So breathing, if it becomes ineffective, ultimately you may end up in deathbed. So that is what the thing is. So if this is going to live for, the virus is going to live for a long period of time, then we may end up having another eugenics. Eugenics is surviving the best only. So survival of the fittest kind of thing. So it's producing a population which is strong, which is healthy, and rest of everything will be wiped out from this planet. So that is eugenics. So that can happen. We need efficacious drugs to survive the maximum amount of individuals in this world. So that is the need of the hour, which can have a effect on the prognosis of the illness itself. And we have to create new norms for how to survive in this world. So that is what policymakers are all into now. They will have to think more terms, from positive terms, to get things going and get the world running. So that is what prognosis. That will also in turn have a favorable prognostic outcome. Okay. What can we do? Is that so? Our mental health is in context. So we will have to. What will we need in order to survive these things? So you should develop a philosophy of life. It is like we have more of a scientific way of dealing with things now. We need more of a philosophical approaches, and we need to think in a global terms and holistic terms. So that is what what I mean by philosophy of life. So you need to understand that there are things which we can control, which there is things which we cannot control. So we have to live with it, and we have to develop a philosophy accordingly. So that is what the philosophy of life means. We have to socialize in isolation. So developing opportunities to socialize in isolation is another way. So in that way, webinars and other things can be of help, and social virtual space, you can interact with people and get more information and get more knowledge about things, and work hard for the development of the nation itself. People should be more humane, because the humanness is getting it is moving away from. We are all human beings, but we are more moving away from humaneness. So humanness has to be inculcated once again, exercised once again. Education should be developing these aspects. exercise for both body and brain. So brain also, you have to think good, act good, and do good for your body also. So that is what you mean by exercise for brain and body. Selective in what you eat for the body and thought. So for the body, your food is that is important. So you should be selective in dealing with the food which you are eating. You should be understanding what exactly it has, the nutrients, supplements, and other things which you need. You should give and keep your body healthy. And for thoughts, what you can do is you think in terms of goodness, wellness, and positive thoughts, which you take only positive things, and thoughts which can help you in growing rather than inculcating hatred and other things. So that is what, think globally and think creatively, think for the mankind to survive. Cleanliness should be the motto, because when you keep your mind and body clean, nothing can infect you. So keep yourself clean. With that, let's tide over the situation together. And so, what all can help? Medication. Yeah, if you have illness, you need medications, and the medications, when they produce it, we will use it and have it, and so that we will have health, and we will develop immunity and other things. So medication is very important if you have illness. Mitigation is to you have exposed yourself, but you try to prevent it from further devastating you. So that is what you need mitigation strategies for. Magnification is when you have positives, you think about which all things can help you out in moving away from you, which can help you in surviving in the best possible way. That is magnification. Minimization is when which delimits you, which limits you from surviving. You should minimize that. Mobilization is you identify the resources and you mobilize it. Maturation is a process which happens as a result of this. So if you become mature, you will act mature, and you will talk mature, as well as you will deal with it in a mature way, so that you will survive. Your chances of survival is high. Meditation is to elevate yourself into a position where you can help others. So that is what meditation is about. I think that's it. Thank you. Please be aware about the droplets. Droplets are having COVID viruses. So keep away from the droplets, and hope you have a great time without illness and with great health. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hari sir. Will you be free for a few more minutes for question and answer?
Oh, sure. Yeah, whatever I know, I can share.
So we can request the participants to put their questions in the chat box. While they think about their questions and type it out, I would like to say a few words.
Oh, sure. Carry on.
Thank you, Hari. That was very, it's a wide range of things that you brought into your presentation to do justice to the word syndrome, actually.
Thank you.
I would like to ask a few things, two things actually, mainly. One is, can you give some input to students, because the participants form a major part of the participants form students. And what can they actually do? Like we have been hearing yesterday regarding telecounseling. They are not in a position to do telecounseling, which requires skill. But then we also want to make use
not only skills, but you need license too. So it's very difficult to get that.
Okay. But then we know that in this particular situation, we need to be able to help out in the way that each person can. And while you help somebody else, you will be helping yourself too, to remain in a very balanced and mentally healthy way. So in the particular situation of a student, can you give some inputs or some tips about what they can do to reach out to co-students or students who are suffering from depression or loneliness in this particular situation? We have students who say that they're really fed up sitting home. What can they do in such a situation? Some tips where about what students can do. That's my first question.
Mhm.
Okay, I'll go for the second one later because we have some questions coming into the chat box also.
Sure. As students of psychology discipline, we have to understand that where we stand is very important. What level of information that we have, how much we are capable of. You should have a good self-evaluation about yourself. That is very important at this juncture. If you are disturbed, how can you help others who are in distress? So every time when you are disturbed, you will be focused more on yourself than anything else. So you should have an evaluation about yourself, where you stand. So if you are able to be comfortable with yourself, if you are able to be well adjusted towards yourself, then you will be able to have a better position to understand others and give some help to others. So first of all, we will have to see whether we are healthy or not, and if we are healthy, we should we know that what all things which we do to be healthy. So now you don't know the major techniques used in psychotherapy and other things at this point of time. You maybe I strongly presume that people are from degree background or PG, but still you are not in a position to give a therapy or a counseling session. You can handle that. You can be more of a supportive role. Supportive therapies, supportive roles can be in terms of arts. You can help others understand themselves also properly. So first part is to understand. Second part is to intervene, and third part is to bring them out of the situation itself. So that will be the easiest way out for students in psychology discipline. Treatment and other things take a lot of systematic effort, and so that won't be possible at this point of time. Interactions can be promoted. That too, don't make the other person drag you into their personal things and end you up in distress. You should have the upper hand in making them understand what exactly. You can give a different perspective to the kids, your perspective to the people who approaches you, and get things going. Interactions are important for psychologists. So the more interactions you have, the more opportunities you get to understand people and yourself also. So by understanding yourself, you are understanding others. By understanding others, you are understanding yourself too. So it is a two-way process. So we have to be open to understanding and not having any preconceived ideas or prejudices towards people. So that is what will make you a keen observer, as well as understand and intricacies of mind and other things. So that is what my advice will be to others, for the youngsters who want to pursue in psychology. So hopefully I have addressed it properly.
Hari sir, some of the questions are there in the chat box. Can you please attend it?
Oh, sure. Pratibha, it's okay?
Oh, yes, thank you. Definitely, it will also go a long way in skill development for their future, for being future professionals.
Right. Right. For youngsters, it is very important to know themselves, and that is the base for everything. So, first step is to understand. The next step is to get more information. Third step is to practice it and probably perfect it. Okay. There is one question from Vinita Sujesh. I think that is the first question, I think, isn't it? No.
Yes, that's the first
Yes,
question.
sir, yes, sir. Yes, that's the first question.
The pandemic has affected the elderly above 65 very badly. They feel that their lives are going to end very soon for reasons out of their control. How can we help them? Yeah. So, actually, above 65 years old people, they are in their, they feel that they are in their end of life already. So what happens is, or they feel that they are going to, their progenies have been there. So, they feel like they are getting old and they are getting weak and they are having a lot of issues with already with their body. Now, pandemic can infect them and get them into a graveyard. So that is what they will be thinking about. Many of them, not the entire population itself, but mostly they will be. They will not be, they will be more of. They cannot move around properly. They are, clumsy when it comes to many things. So all these things will make them feel that they are old. But you can survive. Many people survive above 90s and even 100 also, 100 years of age also. So what is that they have in them? They follow a schedule. Schedule is quite simple. They have a schedule in their life, and they do the same things over and over again for a long period of time. So and they keep the stresses minimal. So that is what has now when you think about an illness, what will happen is that actually your resistance to the illness goes down. So it has, psychoneuroimmunology, you must have heard about it. So when you are disturbed, things will have an upper hand on you. So many people will have many issues to get disturbed. So you should identify that disturbances and then go about with solving that. So that will create a better option for the individual. You give them different perspective to the same situation. If an old person says that, okay, I am now 70 years of age and I am going to have I'm going to catch hold of the COVID and I am going to die of this. So what you can do is you can ask whether the person wants to think about it and brood about it and catch hold of it, or you want to look into the brighter side. You have people around, you can interact with them, and you can you have family members, you have good skills in these areas. So why don't you focus on that and get things going? So what happens is when you live in the future or live in the past, you are leaving the present. As that is what the problem is. So you try to make them anchored in the present, so that people will be able to deal with it in a proper way. So whether it is 65 years old, 35 years old, 25 years old, doesn't matter altogether. So mind is the same, and over a period of time you gain a lot of experience. That is what makes it different. So grayness gives you experience. So that is what they are much more in a better cognitive aspect than us. But what they are not understanding is that they are not utilizing it properly. That is what the problem is. So you just make them aware. They make them aware about their skills, their positive aspects, maximizing their potentialities, minimizing the things which hinders their growth, and mobilize their resources so that everything goes well. Vinita, hope I have answered your question.
Harris, I think you need to scroll up. There are more questions.
Suha Shams, after post-pandemic situation, if people are again afraid or frightened to talk with or touch each other, shouldn't it be a distressing or unhealthy way to do to others? What to do under this situation? There are many kind of people. So people, I am answering Suha. Okay. Suha, there are many kind of people. Now we interact with others emotionally. So emotional, some people cannot express their emotions through words. So what happens is people, they resort to more of touching and patting and other things. So they give relatedness. They feel that they relate to people by touching others. So it is not necessary that everyone needs to touch each other to relate to. So it's not a big deal as such. So in India, there was like a time when everyone addressed people by Namaste. So minimize the contact. Was that what that was other, or Namaste means you are keeping your energy to yourself also. So if you touch others, your energy gets released to the other person. So that is what. So you don't have to release that energy. You can keep it within yourself. It is quite a better way of preserving yourself. That is what Namaste means. So it doesn't really matter if you touch others or if you don't touch others, because it's basically your emotionality that matters. The others should understand your emotions. If you can verbalize it properly, it is not a big deal. If you are not able to verbalize it, you develop skills to improve your verbalizations. Otherwise, what will happen is that people, if you think that if I touch you, I am more relating to you, that is another misconception that you have. So basically, it is like I can be genuine without touching also. So you have to develop skills accordingly, and touching is a very important thing. Untouchability once existed because and you most probably you may feel that, okay, oh my god, it's like I am an untouchable kind of thing. Feeling can stem from inferiority, not anything else. So remove that bug from your head, and even touching others won't feel that. If you treat others like they are inferior, that is what you have to think about, rather than being not able to pat or not able to touch. So that is what I think I made it clear, I think, isn't it?
Yes, sir. The question is from the YouTube live session. The person is not here, but she is hearing all the things. Okay, sir. Can you proceed with the other questions?
Fine. Okay. Yeah, can you read it for me? I am a slow reader.
Yeah, sure, sir. The question from The question is from Chandini Vishwas. The question is, alcohol abuse has increased these times. How to prevent or stop it in 1-2 hours?
first and foremost thing which you can do is stop the availability. That you cannot do. That is done by the government. So, and it is a major source of income. So, in the recent times, I think they won't be stopping it also. And everyone is not a pathological drinker too. So that is not an option. Second option is to make the person aware that many have issues with talking. So that is what the problem is. They are not able to express themselves properly. So if you train them to express themselves properly without hurting themselves or without hurting others, then there is no need for using alcohol for that purpose. Many take alcohol to get the courage to speak. Many take alcohol for the reason for avoiding or alleviating their distress. So if you address all the psychological issues, there is no need for having this alcohol addiction and harmful use is just to medicate themselves with with dealing with things. So there are psychological issues. They are treating themselves with alcohol. That is what the problem is. So that is one thing. And there is a lot of issues when if you use it for a long period of time, what will happen is that you will have dependence and withdrawal and other things, the physiological aspects. So that also you have to address properly. There are many medicines which can help you in subsiding the effects of alcohol. So that is one way to deal with it.
Okay, sir. The next question is from Archana Nair. How the screen time of kid can be minimized when both the parents are busy online and no one else is there to engage the kid? Maybe she is discussing about the current scenario.
Right. A very pertinent question. And answer is when both parents are using computers and they are working, there is no one to look after the kids. So it's an easy way out to give them a tab or a mobile phone so that they also get engaged in things. There are many things which can be done, but the problem is with proper supervision only. So here the situation is parents are already busy with many things. So the kids get focused on the screen itself, and there is nobody to take care of. So we are not left with much more options. But what we can do is we can create a situation where the kid can interact with toys and other things more than not harmful toys, which can be toys which can be tingling their creative potentials. So there are many games available like that. So try to avoid the sun bright screens because it is more attractive than anything else. So you can have bright colored toys and other things to deal with things. And when the kid becomes bigger, he becomes a child, and child becomes bigger, he becomes an adolescent. There is no other option than to give them possibilities for developing. They can always replace the toys with books. That is the best way out. But sometimes it doesn't work in that way, because kids are also intelligent beings. So they say that, oh, father and mother is spending more time in computers and they are earning money, but ultimately they are also spending too much time with the computer itself, or with the laptop itself, or with the screen itself. So what is with me that I should not use it? So the better way to make them understand is that okay, this is reading books gives you more options to think in a wider way. It enhances the visualizing capabilities and other things. So in that way you can explain, and you can to some amount of time you can thrive. That is what it is.
So the next question is from the Sushil Kumar RS, and he said that it's an excellent sharing session, and at the same time he just want to know about the tips to create some mood in medical students or other students. How to create a mood, happy mood
Tips.
in medical students or the other
Happy
students.
mood. Oh, okay. Medical students, the community in itself is really a difficult area to deal with, basically, because they are always under the constant supervision of a teacher or a tutor. So what happens is it depends upon what are their expectations are. Then only we will be able to deal with things properly. So they will have to have ward rounds and other things, and they have to have case discussions, and in between we can the tutors have to have the upper hand, and they can try to inculcate more of a socially relevant and happy kind of feeling. So if the person, if the tutor or a teacher is very hard nut to crack, then it becomes difficult for the kids to focus on their studies, as well as focus on their ward rounds, as well as answer the questions and deal with the patients. And so it becomes it's a complicated scenario which they have. So it is on the hands of the consultant or the senior teacher to deal with it, and so that is what we can do about it. So you can crack jokes and have a great mood. So you can the source, the energy is from the teacher itself rather than from the kids itself. So because in clinical settings you will be dealing with people in distress. So that also will influence the teacher, tutor, and the students. So it becomes difficult at that point of time to be happy in a situation where the other person is in pain. So it is difficult as such. But we can try to crack jokes and not in a funny way, not to hurt the other person's feelings, but crack jokes about general things and make it a cooler thing to deal with. Hopefully that will answer.
Yeah, sir. Okay. Now the time exceeds. So I think that students are having so many other questions. It is better that if you are providing your mail ID so that they can ask questions to you. So
right.
Is it okay, sir?
Yeah, you can share my email ID. It's not a big deal. But I'm little slow in responding, so I will take it as a excuse at this point of time. I will be very slow in responding, so please don't get dejected because of that. So I will answer, but it will take some time. So please bear with me.
No, sir. It is you are elaborating the answers, and it is very nice. Also, we are getting all the precautions about it, but at the same time the time exceeds. That's why I interfered into it.
Yeah.
I hope it won't mind you.
Right. Fine. Not a problem.
So all the questions you can send the questions to the mail ID, which we will provide you towards the end of the next session. So let me conclude the session. Thank you to each and every one of you for being here with us today as well. And we are very kind. Harishna, kindly accept our appreciation for your presentation. And thank you for helping us become more aware about the problems and the way we can solve them. On behalf of the Department of Psychology, Mahatma Gandhi College, thank you, sir, for your wonderful session.
Yeah,
And
it
for the
has been a great time for me too. Thanks a
you,
lot
sir.
for being here, and thank you for giving me an opportunity to interact with you all. Hopefully, I have addressed most of the issues, and you can even contact me if you want to clarify many things, which I know. So ultimately, that is what the thing is. Uh, Thank you, Shubha. Thank you, Jayaraj sir. Thank you, HOD Pradhiva teacher, and the principal, and everyone out there. Thanks a lot for hearing me.
Thank you, sir. And for the participants, next session will start at 2:30 p.m. You need to follow the same link. The link will be open at 2:20 p.m. Towards the end of the
Okay,
next
bye to all.
session, towards the end of the next session, we will provide you the feedback form so that you can fill it and you can get the e-certificate. So right now we can take a break, and at the same time we can rejoin again in the same platform at 2:20 p.m. Thank you everybody for your active participation. Have a nice day.
Am I audible to all of you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, when will we start?
I think we can start in a few minutes time.
Okay. Okay, let me know.
Good afternoon to everybody who has joined for this webinar. As we know, we are reaching the last session of this two-day webinar. It has been a pleasure being with all of you. Let me welcome the speaker for this session, Dr. Jayaraj. Dr. Jayaraj has been working in the Department of Psychology, Mahatma Gandhi College as assistant professor since 2009. Before that, he has been working in the academics abroad in Malaysia, UAE, etc. He has been a practicing psychologist, a counselor of good standing. He has been known for his active counseling activities in Kollam, Trivandrum, and other parts of Kerala. And he has also got awards for his services in the counseling field. He also writes articles in popular magazines. He has been a media person. His programs are aired in the Victor channel and is liked by many. As a counselor, he is also liked by many counselees. The reports we get from counselees, he is much appreciated as a counselor. So it is a right person to speak to us about his experiences in the counseling field. I'm sure psychology students are all eager to hear cases all the time, to learn how senior psychologists have handled these cases. So this is a very interesting session, and I welcome Dr. Jayaraj and also each one of you to this session. So I hand over the session to Dr. Jayaraj. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Pradipha ma'am. Thanks a lot. Before starting, I just want to put the presentation on here. So if Doyle has stopped this presentation, I can do that. Can you see me? Can you see me?
Yes,
Am I audible?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Yes,
but-
you're audible and you can be seen also.
Okay. If my presentation is can be seen by everyone.
Not yet. We are not able to see the presentation yet.
So
Yeah, we can see now.
you can see me or the presentation?
We can see both actually. We can see you in a different window and the presentation in a different window.
Okay. Let me know. Okay. But I cannot see the presentation. That's the problem. Okay. Whenever you want to change it, you just tell me. I will change it. But I can't see the presentation and talk. Okay.
Actually, I'm sorry, but the presentation is, I thought was coming up, but it has not come up yet. We are seeing you only.
Let me see.
I think you need to click the, you have to open the PowerPoint or whatever you're trying to present. You have not opened that yet.
Okay. One second.
Your PowerPoint presentation need to come on your screen, then only we'll be able to see. I think that has not come yet.
Is it clear right now?
No. Have you opened your presentation? Is that what is on your screen?
Okay. One second. Let me see.
You can only see what is in your screen.
Yeah. I understand. Yes.
I think full screen. No, you need to take full screen.
I'm going to put it on full screen. Is that okay now?
No, not yet.
Okay. Is it okay?
No, we have not seen this presentation yet.
Okay. Can you see me?
Yeah, we can see you, but we cannot see the presentation.
Okay. No problem. No problem with that because I'm sharing my experiences. So I think there's no need to. I just want to look at this thing and I will answer it. So.
All right.
Because there is not much in that presentation. Okay, now so we are striding through the most difficult times. Of most difficult times. Before we start the session, I just want to say a few words regarding that. We shall overcome. We shall overcome. Hum honge kamyab. We will stride through these dark waters and we'll reach our position as early as possible because the vaccination is coming on. So starting on a positive note, you have to do many things at this time. Online counseling, telephonic counseling, different type of helping hands that you have to do during this time because this is the need of the hour because we are at most, we are in a very noble and humble profession we are doing, being an academic and being a, I will not call me an academic then too, in teaching profession as a teacher and being a psychologist, we have to do more during this time. Then only because I've been receiving calls every day during the night time. I never switch off my phone. At what time you are possible to call me at any time. So that kind of windows and doors are opened by me, even though I'm having slight difficulties regarding that. But it is a profession that needs, this is the time when you have to do your work properly, professionally, emotionally. We always say that in Greek theory, we say that cognition, affection, and connection. That means you have to think, you have to act, and you have to feel. Thinking, acting, and feeling is the three basic things that if there is an imbalance between any of these, you will end up in deep trouble. That I will mention that what we are experiencing right now, what the society is experiencing right now, what I have experienced in my life right now. Okay, am I audible to all? Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Okay. Thank you. So, and first of all, I want to say that counseling in a multicultural environment. How do we counsel in a multicultural environment? Because a lot of persons from different parts of the world have been conducting WhatsApp chats through the Facebook, through other social media. A lot of inquiries from all around the world are coming to me. I've been talking with hours and hours with small diaspora of Indians around the world, from Australia to Canada to different places. To me, they are asking about. They are very much feared about what is happening around the world because media is propagating a lot of news that you are going to get this, you are going to die, and you are going to end up in this pandemic. So this is the thing right now we are experiencing. So what we have to do is to foster a confidence in them so that we will and we shall. Again, I am saying the same cliche word, we will stride through, or we can't stop the waves, but we can learn to surf. So we have did it. We have did it during 3 pandemics over the world. Our predecessors, or what do you call
they should have done this. And learning from the root of this, you have to be very strong dealing with. And another thing is that I've been working in Middle East for more than 8 years, and there I came across a lot of traumatic incidents, because people and children from different part of the world, from war-torn countries, came to me in different institutions, and I had an opportunity to have an interaction with them. It's very difficult part. It was the most difficult part that I faced in the house of destitutes. When you see a passport of a lady, you can see a beautiful young lady, and that what we call in Arabic, it is gaddama, and broken tooth and broken, mutilated faces and all. And we have to counsel them, and we have to ensure the faith in them so that they can carry on. They will be right back in their own position. And from children from Sudan, children from Somalia, children from different Syria, different war-torn countries, they came there. When we do art therapy with them, I was shell-shocked to see that the colors that they use is blood red, and the colors and the pictures that they draw have a secondary trauma on us. When we saw mutilated body images drawn by, it was not Pablo Picasso that who draw the Guernica, showing the Spanish Civil War. It was the children. It was the children who underwent such trauma in their life, and they saw Picasso just draw the crying of the cow or cattle or somewhere when it was bombarded in the Spanish military war. But they have seen their father and mother being mutilated by this. So it is very difficult to create a rapport with them. They fear, they hide behind paper, they hide behind like kittens that hide behind, this, cardboard boxes. They just don't step into us and talk with them. Every individual who is not familiar to them, they consider them as a, a predator or whatever it may be. So that is the thing. So counseling in a multicultural environment means a lot of, there have been more than 100, nationalities during that time, 117 to be precise. 117, not 170, 17. Okay. So these are the things that was faced by me during my years in Middle East. And I've been working as a school counselor. I've been working as a psychologist. I've been working as an assistant professor in different parts of the world. I just want to share these experiences to you, because we more than around the world, there are more traumatic incidents that we think than we are facing today. That is the crux. That is the crux. And another thing, we just label people as, he's schizophrenic, he's depressive, he's bipolar disorder. I've seen clinicians, referring people as being, some even say that this man is schizophrenic, that man has no identity at all. Like that, we say that this is a COVID case. How do we treat the person who are, coming out from this tragedy? This is the thing. Anything can happen to anybody. It can happen to me. It can happen to you. It can happen to your closer ones in the family. It can happen anywhere else. But naming that and blaming them for their for their conditions, it is not a mistake. It happens. It happens because of the exposure. What we say that SMS is social distancing, wearing the mask, and whatever it may be. We have done different campaigns on this pandemic. But when you are looking at the person in a different way, when somebody is coming from any other country to India, and we are without precaution, we are going everywhere. We are not wearing the mask. We are not wearing the gloves. We are not going anywhere. We are not taking our own precautions. But the condition is that, and we are complaining about the man looking through the window, that man is, has arrived from another country, and there is an older person in my home, an younger child in my home, and we are complaining. We are pointing our fingers towards them. If we point a finger towards them, you are pointing 3 fingers towards ourselves. That is the thing. So we use labeling. Because it is not for disabling. It is not for disabling. We use that for clinical purposes. So if you are working in a school and somebody is saying that this child is hyper, this child is having hyper. So I generally ask the teachers, what do you want? You want to get rid of this child from this school? He needs special school. They say that he needs special school. They jump into conclusion and say that this child, see, every boys are active. They are active because they have a lot of energy. They have tremendous energy to spend. And if there is no opportunities in a congested room or in a flat, or there are no play options in the school itself, because the environment is too bad, it is too hot outside, how can we say that the child is hyperactive? They said that the child is hyper. Just saying a clinical statement like that without any diagnosis, then we will explain what is being a hyperactive. Even if the child is ADHD, we will make referrals outside, and we will take 2-3 diagnoses, and we will state and jump into conclusion that this child is autistic, this child is having intellectual deficit. Earlier we used to say mentally retarded, right? But now we don't use that word. So it is very easy to jump into conclusion and label a child and mark. And what I used to do is that I used to give homework to the teachers that this child is hyper. Give me a weekly report on the child. Write it one by one. And submit it to me. Then they hate work. They hate all this, almost even me as a teacher, I hate clerical work, to be frank, and hands open, I am saying that I hate clerical work, whatever it may be. But I like teaching, I like evaluation, but then too, I like this type of meticulous work, I hate that. It is a wholehearted submission on my part. But am I being more personal in a national seminar, or am I being more open? I need a feedback. Just type it. Let me see. Is it good or bad? Or then we will continue with this self-talk. Type it. I can't see anything. Please do. Okay. So these are the things that we are sensitizing a classroom. How do we sensitize a classroom? If a child is actually having attention deficit hyperactive disorder, they will yell and run around the desk and create a lot of problems. And the teachers always complain that there is only you have to look after one child. I have to look after 36 kids. So what will I do? So what will we do with this class? So first of all, you have to sensitize the children. This child is having a problem. We don't call problem child. This child is having a problem. So we have to address that. If the child yell and run around and make a lot of problems in the classroom, we have to sensitize the entire classroom and give support to the child, whether the child goes under the bus. There are incidents. The kids, they go under the bus and hides there. So when the bus starts, what will happen? The entire system is under collapse. The license of the school will be cancelled. So a school counselor, as being a school counselor, these were the major difficulties that I faced during the day. And every day, the young little children come to me and give me, sweets every day. By the end of the day, there will be a heap of chocolates in my table. So whenever the next day another kid comes, I don't eat much chocolates, even though I am having a sweet tooth. I used to keep it there. Whenever another child comes to me, I just gave that, happy birthday or something like that. I gave that back to another kid and asked them questions about what is going on. And when they say happy birthday, I used to ask that, in the future, what do you want to be in the future? Then I remember a kid. It was just like in the cartoon character that depicted in Elizabeth Harlock book. That one little girl, I think she's about 5 or 6 years. She came to my room and gave me a chocolate, and I gave another chocolate back to her, and I asked her, "Happy birthday, dear. So, what do you want to be in the future?" She said that I want to be a nurse. I want to be a nurse. Nurse. Not in US. Nurse. Okay. Okay. So when I asked, is there anyone in your family is a nurse? Is your mother or your auntie or anybody? How do you model a nurse? Why you want to be a nurse? Because these things, these attitudes, this aspirations change over time. Personally speaking, I just want to be a bus driver because I saw the biggest vehicle in my childhood was a bus. When I saw a train, I want to be a locomotive pilot. Then when I looked at above, I saw a flight going above. At that time, Rajiv Gandhi was the Prime Minister of India. So I was very fond of him. So I want to be a pilot. So I asked my father, whether you want to be a pilot, you have to take a commercial pilot license. You have to spend a lot of money. I don't have money in my pocket. You go study. You write short service commission, join an Indian Air Force. Then they will train you. I don't have money with me. So that ambition, it was broken. So like that, when I asked the child, why do you want to be a nurse? She said that, I like white socks. She just said, I like white socks. So it was like that ambitions may change. So then I feared maths and I changed my vocations and I became a psychologist. So how do we deal a child with a problem? That is the bigger question. So we don't say a child having a problem. We don't say a child having an issue or a problem child. So we have to sensitize the classroom. We have to understand the main problem is if the child is having a learning disability or something like that, or specific learning disability. When we say to their parents, they always say that my child is not mad. Who are you? And certain children are there. The child is having the problem that I have said earlier. So they say that my father and mother quarrels with each other. Then the lot of blaming goes on, and the mother says the father is having problem. The father says mother is having problem. In-laws having problems. After that, the teacher is having problem. When we steps into them and when we understand the real problems lies in the child, and we understand that, then they turn the question towards us and that this counselor is having the problem. I don't have any problem. The child is, they are very intelligent. The children are very intelligent. You understand? So they play around. They blame each other. This is the problem. That is the problem. When we find the real cause of that problem, this is a tricky situation. Like that, when we say circularity in abnormal behavior, do you remember that circularity in abnormal behavior? The husband is alcoholic just because the mother having extramarital relationship. The mother says, or the wife says, it is because of my husband's behavior, my I'm having extramarital. So you cannot find the real cause. So if you go behind a cause, there will be endless causes, infinite causes, or many causes. Okay, so that is another thing. And I just want to say one more thing about counselor congruence. You are familiar with this word. What is counselor's congruence? Congruence. This is not a class, but then too, I will tell you a story about it. It was said about Swami Vivekananda. It was said about Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa. It was said about Sri Narayana Guru. It was said about Chattamisami. Anyway, it's a good story, good moral story. One day, a disciple went to this Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa and asked him, I have a habit of eating jaggery and sweets more, so how do I stop it? He said that you come after 1 week, I will tell you. Then he again asked, this is a cliche story, you may be familiar with this. I'm just commenting about that. So he said, you come after 1 week. Then after 1 week, he came there and he gave suggestions how to stop eating sweets more. Then he said that last week itself, you should have said me. So why I have been traveling kilometers, long distances. There's a saying in Malayalam, kilometers and kilometers. It's a comedy. That's why it came to my vocabulary. So it's not. I have been traveling a long distance to see you and reach you. And Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa answered like this. It is in, I think it is in Vivekananda Sahitya Sarvasvam. This story is depicted. I have read there. I think it is Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa itself. Different versions have come out. Even Acharya Rajneesh also told the same story. But the root is from Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa. And he said that I also had a habit of eating jaggery. So I just want to stop that. Then only I can preach you. Counseling is not traditional thing. It's not preaching. It is not advising. It is understanding. Understanding an individual. Understanding an individual means a lot. You have to be empathetic. You have to put their shoes on our heels. Then only you can solve the problem. So, other thing is that I've earlier mentioned the secondary trauma. When you see a traumatic situation, you also undergo that thing and that you burn like a candle and you never know that you are burning. Otherwise, you cannot solve the problem also. If you are into this profession, you have to suffer this. That is for sure. Okay? Shall we proceed? So, another thing, the case one. I've been talking about different cases that I came across my life. There was a case. I will not say X. I will say another name, a fictitious name, Rajiv. Okay. So he came to I received a phone call while I was working as a school counselor, and he told me that a lady told me that this child is having a lot of problems at home. I hear yelling from his flat and should be complained to this police authorities or should be complained to the school. That's why I called you. I received the call and I said that, okay, let me examine the child. When I examined the child, there was a slap mark on his teeth, blue fingers, 5 fingers were there. And I asked, what happened, Rajiv? I just fell down. I gave him a chocolate. And I created a rapport with him and he said that it is my father. It is my father who slapped on my face. When I looked at his hand, there were blue, marks. I asked him to remove the shirt. He hesitated. I asked him again and again. He removed the shirt and I can see that belting marks all over the body. All over the body. I just asked him, what was the problem? What are you doing at home? Then he said that there's a good Rajiv in me, a bad Rajiv in me. And suddenly there was a pedestal fan in my room. He He was just small, or 7 or 8 year kid, just lifted the fan and, trashed on the ground. I was shell shocked. So, being a counselor, you have to keep your tables very clean, not even a pen, not even a paperweight, not even that is for your safety. While working in psychiatric settings, it is very easy because almost all the patients are drugged. And, when we ask, they will say what happened to them in 5th year of life or 6th year of life. Because infantile memory is more than 3.5 years. It is proven. There's a difference between British Psychiatric Society and American Psychological Association. They say it is 3. Somebody say it is 3.5 years. Anyway, it can be stimulated by, it can be brought back to the memory that we all study memory and we all know all these things, how these things happen. So that was the incident. And I asked that his father was separated from the mother. He was under the control of the father. The father was an alcoholic. It is not happening in our country. It is in another country. And he was coming from a different part of India. I don't want to mention which part of India it is. So I was shell-shocked to see blow marks on his entire body. And suddenly he was switching off from one character to another, to one character to another. What we call earlier, we used to say that it is a multiple personality disorder. I've been seeing that he is switching off from one personality to another, and another and another. And 3 or 5 characters I found in. I was shell shocked, and he was admitted to the hospital. The father was taken to police custody, and slowly he came back to school. He was under drugs for some time, under constant medication. Now the success is that he composed a song for a Hindi movie. He got graduated from the Royal Philharmonic Orchestra, and that was my great success case. It makes goosebumps when I think about him. I always, from where to where. So that is the case number 1. And case 2 is, let me see, case 2 is, it was a case of sleepwalking and night terrors. Sleepwalking, what it is, somnambulism we say. Somnambulism is sleepwalking. So this kid, whenever they came to me, I always gives a performer. I always gives a performer to them and ask them to fill out that, how many places that you visited. They said that this is the 10th place I visited to solve the problem. The parents always say. So this child, it was very, funny to see that the entire body, not exaggerating, was full of sacred threads. Here. I didn't see the hips. It should have a 10 or 20 more threads. So they went to the Arabic thing, they went to the Hinduistic thing, they went to some, what do you call, Pentecostal mission people. They gave to some sannyasi. So they went everywhere, and I asked the parents, how is the frequency this happens, sleepwalking, because he has a cut in his face and he fell down from. First thing I asked is to stop, keeping the child in the second, story of the building, because the ladders or the steps are very dangerous when this happens. So I said to lock the door and keep the child down, keep it in your bedroom, and you just look on to this 1 week. 1 week, I need a report of 1 week, at what time this child starts sleepwalking. And I inquired and talked with the child and found out that, there was a lot of bullying going on in schools. Regarding the bullying, when we are having this online classes and online webinars and online teaching, the major challenge the teachers face is that online bullying. especially in schools, because they are more, glued to the screen, whether it is laptop or a computer or a smartphone or whatever it may be. So there are more chances. Even maintaining the class decorum is very difficult. Maintaining the class decorum is very, very, very difficult because, if something happens, I will share one experience regarding that. Last week, I was taking a class in a very busy schedule. There was a man with me who used to repair I was sitting in the car and taking class. And he was sitting with me, and after hearing my class, he felt it was boring and he started snoring. And suddenly a child started typing that, "What is that unusual sound?" You understand? I said, I just panned my camera over to him and said that this man is sleeping. That is why. So there are, name calling incidents. There are not name calling itself, morphing of pictures, abusing teachers. So these are the challenges that teachers, and mainly the major thing is that this thing will be recorded by the parents, and they come up with, if anything, any fault comes from our mind, if that is edited, they will come to the parent teachers meeting and show that this man said this. So this is another challenge that we as teachers are facing right now. So we have to be very, very, very careful dealing with children. So these are the things. And another thing I just want to say is that if a child, I already explained about attention deficit hyperactive disorder, so I don't want to explain that. And relationship issues. So for the last 20 years, I've been dealing a lot of relationship issues. I worked as a psychologist, I worked as a school counselor, I worked as a counselor, I worked as an academician. And regarding the relationship issues, I just want to say is that, I don't want to shame anybody, but certain professionals, they ask me for an appointment. Can you give an appointment today? Because I generally say that because I'm having a busy schedule, I will say that next week, okay, next Friday or next Tuesday or next, if it is possible today. They are commanding us. This is my life. I don't have time. Do we have time? We are on a help desk. That means people can't take us for granted. People can't take us for granted. We should not allow that. If you bend, then only somebody climbs on your shoulder. That is the thing dealing with. And it takes a lot of, when they come to my clinic or come to my home, there will be a lot of, laundry between each other. And it makes your head spin like anything. Relationship issues. They accuse each other. They laundry for a long time. So it is very difficult. They have their own, they are adults. They have their own visions about their life. We are not. Then we just want to listen and make them a solution to see if somebody is coming to you in a kneeled position or in kneeling position. They are dependent on you, and they are asking help about different issues. So you just want to make them dependent. In 3 or 4 sessions, you have to end up the whole thing. You don't have to, continue more and more. You don't have the time. They don't have the time. So to make it as crisp as possible. And another thing is that if you talk about this artificial intelligence and robotic things, everybody is talking about online counseling and online thing and all. Facial expressions, body language. See, if you have a bad hair day, what will you do? You can see that this man, the looks from the man, that this man is having this problem. So otherwise, how will I say that? How can you express that I am happy or not by seeing me on the screen? it is not possible. So there are difficulties dealing, striding through these difficult waters. But for this time, we have to be on, on a supportive desk, receive all the calls, whatever time it may be. You just, if you are not a professional, if you are a student, you just listen to them. Listen, listen, and listen. Okay. So you just listen, and you continue with that. And I think, is it enough? Need any more cases? It's a QA time for you.
Dr. Jairaj, it will be appreciable if you could discuss a little more on how to deal with relationship issues, because most are students, and during this COVID time, they might be having many issues related to that. So it would be nice to give some tips on that.
Okay. The main thing is about loneliness and addiction towards certain games and certain sites and all. These things happen because the parent does not know what they are doing, the kids are doing. We cannot monitor. We can only have a bird's eye view on what they are doing, but we cannot monitor each and everything the kids are doing. Even the parents are at home. If it is working parents, it's a different thing. And they have a lot of relationships in which even the people they don't know, even the predators, there is a thing called grooming in predation. Grooming means in the sense that they will be groomed. Even little children are groomed by drawing pornographic videos, pornographic pictures, and they are saying that this is not, this is the way these children are doing it. So you are into this thing. So Cyber Cell in Kerala has found out during this pandemic is that a lot of children are being caught by these predators for this unnecessary purpose. So it's a criminal purpose, and there are criminal minds and criminal settings, and you have to be very, very careful about that. Very, very, very careful about that, and you have to lose that net nanny or whatever blockage that you have to make on that, and don't give them in closed rooms, or let them do in the living room. And lot of unknown persons, they in unknown identities, they are well planned, and they know how to track a child. What are their weak points? They study their Facebook. If the kid loves football, they go for that. If they love a PUBG game, they go for that. Or whatever it may be, they just go for that, and they trap them. I've been hearing a lot of cases during these days. Is that clear? Okay. One question I get, that working as a, it is dealing with a multicultural environment itself, or dealing with multicultural environment.
In this circumstance, what?
In this circumstances,
What is the?
you have to keep an eye. You have to keep an eye and let them use that thing in your living room. That don't give them these gadgets in a closed room. And they all must realize that the children are most intelligent than us, more intelligent than us. But then too, there are certain pitfalls in this.
Okay, sir. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Some of the questions are there in the chat session, sir. Please attend the questions.
I'm not seeing anything.
Shall I read it for you?
Yes.
So the question from Vinita Sujesh is working as a student counselor in the Middle East. What were the major issues students faced?
That I have already answered. Procrastination by Indian students. Procrastination is the major issue faced by the students. But for other countries, reasons are different. Different reasons are there. Now they are in a very difficult situation because they are confined to their home. They are having online classes round the clock. And like I said, that predators are around everywhere. They are being groomed and lured into different illegal activities and uses of. Yesterday, that we read in newspapers that about more than 16 lakh of rupees has been stolen from the mother's wallet by a by a kid from Punjab. Is very 16 lakh rupees from the parents' account for playing a particular game.
So the next question is from Sushil Kumar. In many of the
Yes.
students, they are not taking any responsibilities in their studies and towards the parents, especially in the COVID-19. Can you please suggest please give some kind of suggestions?
We can ignite their creative side during this time. We can suggest some activities like that, learning by doing things, making things. So the parents should be a role model to them to do what are the things they can do. Video shooting, they can do different activities, they can do creative work. Channelizing this energy, this tremendous energy to the positive side is very important during this time.
Okay, sir. Another question from the YouTube. That is, can you suggest some of the activities for the kids with ADHD?
Yes. Kids with ADHD are more, accustomed to use these gadgets. So they can be asked to do things using computers. They can do animations because during they cannot, they can do music. And these are the things that works for this type of children, and spend a lot of energy, physical activities, jogging and doing exercise and doing things, household chores and all.
Okay, sir. Next question is, there are situations where the child has a problem and parents not ready to accept it, blaming the teachers or the school, and how can we handle this situation?
That's really a tricky situation. That's really a tricky situation that I have faced many times. Because you cannot openly say that this child is having a problem to them. So you have to use a different way to show them these are the situations faced by the child. So there are no other options. So you have to prove them the child is really having a problem. That proving part is the most difficult. And for each and every individual kid, it is a different thing.
Now, the next question from the YouTube channel is, what are the issues psychologists face when dealing with a child? What are the tips to reduce it?
First thing that we must understand that the kids are intelligent than us. We are not the masters. So follow the kid through the right way. Make them show these are the things, and this way is not good. This way is not good. That way may be good, and this way is the most appropriate. Just show them and allow the kid to take the right decision at the right time. Give them responsibility. Trust them. Understand them. These are the things.
Now, the next question is, sir, as you have worked in different countries, so how do you manage all the economical aspects, like we V. Various claim management and how can we make universally acceptable diagnosed? For what could be the better coding system, ICD or DSM? DMS.
DSM. DSM, of course. DSM is the right thing. Because ICD is more, now DSM 5 is almost similar to ICD. There is no issues as such. But you have to take into the cultural background, socio-cultural background. Socio-cultural background you have to check into before taking. This labeling is for treatment purpose only. Otherwise, you don't have to label a child and say that this is having a child or an adult or whatever it may be. Because there are very few psychiatric medications available. Right, you know that for clinical depression, earlier we used to say that there are, drug therapy plus cognitive behavior therapy is good. Now research has shown that and proven that it is cognitive behavior therapy is the only way. No drugs at all. So that is a different, say for example, possession syndrome in India. It's not seen anywhere else. So it should be considered in a religious aspect. So without considering the area from which they come from, it's from rural or urban or their belief or particular thing. Otherwise, you can, it's a multiple personality disorder, you can diagnose easily into that. But that way is not possible in India. So you have to go through the guidelines. You must understand the situation, symptoms and all. And now it is a cluster. Now mainly almost all disorders are under an umbrella. So you have to think about that umbrella and there are variations.
Now the next question from the YouTube channel, that is from Stuti SB. What are the interventions we can give for family issues?
Family issues for kids. If it is a problem with the kid, you have to, generally I advise, not me, but generally almost all people advise that, can you switch on that? Okay. Generally the parents will say, I always advise that to the husband that love your mother. That is the easy way to tackle your child. That is the only way to tackle the child. That is the only way to tackle the child. And another thing is that it is not adjustment, it is understanding, proper understanding between the couples. That is mainly needed. Okay.
Okay, sir. Now the next question is that as a postgraduate student, what are the suggestions we can give people in quarantine? They face so many problems like loneliness, depression, etc.
Give assurance to them, give positive things to them, and give communicate with them. So there are electronic media, there are different other types of communication systems, and make them comfortable and let them do little bit exercise, little bit drink a lot of water, and you can overcome if it is not as a chronic disorder. If the person is even if it is a case of chronic disorder, they can also overcome. I've seen that 92-year-old coming out from this quarantine. When that Italian couples came here. Okay. How far online counseling is effective? That is another question. I've been seeing that. Where are so many children having mental illness? That I don't have the statistics with that. But one thing I have to say that online counseling is effective sometimes, but a proper interaction, if man-to-man interaction or a person-to-person interaction is mostly needed, because sometimes there is what we call a counselor's ambush. They, sit, they cry on our lap, and there are instances like that. And we just stay like this, and they just embrace us and cry and cry and cry and cry, and that itself is a relief to them. So that type of situations, a touch, a simple touch, that you will be all right. So even the physicians, even the doctors, everyone always says that a touch is very important. A touch and giving assurance to them and say that you're going to be all right, and we are going to overcome all these troubles is very, very important.
So 2 more questions are there.
Okay.
Nowadays, most parents are finding it difficult to bring up child in a normal way. What do you think the reason for that?
Generally, we say that it is because of we don't have any role models to follow. If you follow a role model, you start comparing. That is the paradoxical situation. So how will we end this? Paradoxical situation is that rearing the first child is very difficult. The second child will be the masters. When the second child comes, we don't know what for the child is crying. Is it because of headache? It is because of his nappy wet. Is it because he is having stomach pain? Is it because of ear pain or whatever it may be? You don't know. The child starts crying. Is it because he is hungry? So that things that you will understand. Even the tone of the cry that you will understand by rearing the first child itself. So other than that, there should be parenting schools. For example, in Kerala, we rear our children up to 22, 23, or even if I am having a problem, I always visit my parents because they have practical solutions for me.
Few more questions are there. I think we can wind up the Q&A session, sir, because it is closing the time limit also. And if the participants having any doubt, they can give the mail ID so that it will be easy for you to connect it.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful session. For every beginning, there is an end. And we reach the concluding phase of the 2-day national webinar organized by Department of Psychology, Mahatma Gandhi College. Being one of the coordinator of this webinar, it's time for me to say thank you to everyone who come across in this event. First and foremost, Anil sir, our principal. He allowed us to conduct this webinar. Thank you, Anil sir, for giving us an opportunity. One of the peculiarity of our department is when one person is having an idea, others are always ready to implement it. And I'm very thankful that I belong to such department. I would like to mention the name of our head of the department, Dr. Pradipha S. Nair. She actively participated in all the sessions. And maybe you notice that all the participants may notice that she is the one who asked the first question to the resource person so that others can get an opportunity to type. Thank you for understanding. Thank you, ma'am, for your understanding, for your support and your guidance. Let me thank our resource person, Dr. Jairaj B, our colleague who led the session so nicely. Yesterday, I had a talk with him over the phone and asked him about the PPT and the preparation. He said to me very lightly that he will speak from the heart. And from this session, I realized that, yes, he spoke from his heart. Thank you, sir. And thank you for the nice snippets. First and foremost thing for the success of the webinar is the preparatory work. All of you must have noticed the eye-catching brochure circulated among you. This is done by Anit sir. Thank you, sir, for your hard work. We noticed that more than 400 people registered in our mail ID. Due to the current scenario, we can accommodate only 100 in the Google Meet. Again, Anit sir came up with the idea of YouTube live streaming. As we don't know much about those things, we got the help and support from our second year student, Doyle Douglas. He is the one who is behind the live streaming in YouTube. Thank you, Doyle, for your support. I would like to mention the name of Nikhil Manohar, who helped me in creating the certificate. And definitely, I would like to mention the name of Dr. Sumesh Dias, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, Mahatma Gandhi College, who taught how to create feedback form and how how it is connected with the e-certificate. Thank you, both of you. It is you, the participants, who actively participated in all the sessions. A big thank you to all for your support. Right now, I'm sharing the feedback link in the chat window. You people can copy it. Once you fill the feedback form, you will get the e-certificate instantly. The link will be opened only for 4 days. Once again, I'm repeating, the link will be opened only for 4 days. If any issues are occurred, kindly send in mail ID. Definitely we will attend it. Thank you so much for your support. Stay safe and be yourself. If anybody want to say something to us, definitely you can unmute your audio and you can say your viewpoints. If anybody want to say something, definitely it is the right time to connect with us. You can unmute your audio and definitely you can talk to us. Yes, definitely. Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. I am Shahina. I am now studying first year psychology in Marvanis College Study Center. My sister is Pushpalada. Both are participating in this class. Very informative class, and so many problems are solved. Then this type of good classes are futurely wanted to solve a lot of problems in the human beings and in this particular situation. Okay, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Hello.
Thank you very much. Anybody want to say? Yeah, yes, sir. Proceed.
Hello. Okay. My name is Vishnu Kumar. This program is introduced to psychologist Sebastian Arakil sir from Alappuzha. I am an employee also, specialized in MA Sociology. 2 days section. It's an good knowledge sharing section, especially in this COVID-19 scenario. More people are under the fear and depressed situations. So, Mahatma Gandhi College Trivandrum, principal, faculty members, and especially coordinator announcing, Dr. Madam, you are and participants, I wish to more congratulations and expecting in future more these type of sections. Thank you.
Anybody else? Kindly connect with me, and if you can say any kind of suggestions, it is always welcome. Thank you, Afsina. Thank you, Nishma. Nishma ma'am, the head of the Department of SN College. Yeah, I'm attending it. The email ID and the phone numbers. Thank you, Sneha. Thank you, Deepa Gopinath. Thank you, Fatima Nazreen. Anybody want to say something to us? Then please feel free to connect with us right now. Anyway, thank you for your participation. And of course, it was really a very active participation from everyone. So I would like to say thank you from the on behalf of the Department of Psychology, Mahatma Gandhi College. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, thank you.
As a concluding remark, I'd also like to thank Dr. Shubha Sachidanand, who was behind this webinar, and to Dr. Anish B. Appu, who equally worked with her with an equal mind. Thanks to both of you, and to the and to Dr. Jairaj also. Thank you, and to all the students. Thank you very much.